Morning. We did the thing. We went right to target and bounced. And we also rejected right where we thought we would. So if you actually were listening to the areas that I was talking about, seems like you did pretty well. Got our seller defense and an immediate rejection down. And we got our full structure repair and an immediate bounce up. We're kind of in limbo now where we wait to see which way we go. You should be expecting sellers here, and you're going to need buyers to really defend this now at, I would say, this 32 at value high for the day so far. Knowing that 45s, this 43-45 area is what we're going to need to be able to breach, and where we should be expecting a super strong seller. So the way that you guys need to look at this, and the way that I kind of approach this as easy as possible, right? Which is we look at where POC to value low are currently positioned from the previous day, and we're now looking to breach back into this area. And if we fail to do that, then we should be expecting that sellers have found acceptance outside of this balance, and that we want to kind of chop around here for quite a bit until we either see a break below 4,700 or a push above 47.45, right? There's really not much here other than those two pivots. So I'm actually going to just redo this line. We're going to keep the level, but I'm going to change where the box location is just to 4745. Okay. So this value low to POC from yesterday is now the area that we need to see acceptance above, or we're going to continue to find sellers stacking there to defend this, right? The previous balance. So we've gotten our full structure repair, but now we don't know where we're going to go. We can kind of gauge, right? This is what we thought was going to happen, where sellers would defend this 62, 67 area. And we thought we would get the full structure repair down to 700s. What was the statement in regards to? Oh, on what was it, Wednesday? I gave you levels of where to look for sellers and where to look for buyers, and then a path of what we would be looking for. So we had seller defense from 62 to 67, and we had our full structure repair labeled at the 700 to 710, and that's what our target was. So we've now gotten that repair, and now we need to see if we can either get acceptance back into previous structure, or if we're going to continue to push down, right? I don't have the answer to that. All that we can clearly see, right? Well, what are the facts? Well, we know that there's a seller in the market who's channeling price down, right? We have a clear seller who's creating lower lows and lower highs, and is systematically bringing the market down on a daily basis. We don't have a buyer that's been confirmed yet that has overcome a seller on a higher time frame. We are just structurally repairing and fixing this garbage, right? So all we've done is come back down to retrace this gigantic squeeze up that we saw, and we've traded right down to that POC, right? And what do we call that POC? It's our buyer POC, right? Because we pushed away from it dramatically, and it created a large imbalance, right, in a structural void. So now we need to see, can we get back into this distribution, right? This balance that was created up top, or are we going to fail to push back over this, this 45, 47 area, and are sellers now continuing to push price down, right? If we fail to get back into balance, and we're calling this area, this distribution that's been made, this huge node, kind of, resistance. And until we see a pushback in, you have to be very careful, because we have a very clear channeling down on price. We've gotten our structure repair now on SPY and on ES, and we've hit into target. So we need to see now if we can recover. That's it. It's really that simple. The move's been made. You just have to have an understanding of where we're headed. And if you didn't buy that low, we now need to wait. What you're looking for short-term pullbacks, if this was going to hold, right, is can we now hold this 32 area and try to like build? And why do we care, right? Well, we care because this is where that developing POC is. And what do we call a POC that's above and price is pushed down below after, you know, a decent amount of sideways action? Well, it's our seller POC, right? So we need to see buyers now show acceptance above that selling level and show that we have now, we're witnessing a shift in structure, right? A shift in value. So if we can hold above this line, this 32, 34 area, and show that buyers are willing to now buy where sellers were positioned at the highs, right? If that's now flipped, where this is now buyer value, what does that mean? That means that buyers think that price can continue to push, and sellers are unwilling to continue to risk there because they also believe that price can go into a previous area of value. So we should be looking for price to push into this 45 as our first target, and the second target being this 52, where these previous selling areas are, if buyers are able to maintain this 32, 34 area. Does that make sense? So it's just this, it's understanding the shift and where previous value was found, right? If we think about it as an auction, and clearly there's been demand, right? There's a sell multiple days in a row. We're going to get some relief. We finally got down to an area where buyers have found value. That is now going to cause a rift where we need to see price now push because there's not enough sellers anymore, and there are a lot of people that are wanting to buy. And sellers are thinking, wow, we can probably get this at a much higher price. Right? We can probably get out of this at a much higher price. And buyers are like, wow, this is great. What a discount. And so now we're getting a shift back. We need to see where that high is, though, that top, where price and where these sellers, where we come to the sellers and kind of get into that agreement again of like, hey, this is kind of this is the high. This is where we're willing to sell again. That level is going to be really important. We think that this like 40-45 area is going to be it, at least our first main test, because that's where they've been positioning themselves all of yesterday. So until we see acceptance back over that, there's really no reason to think that we go further than that. Because historically, right, yesterday and the day before that has been shown that that is an acceptable level in the market right now where balance has been achieved. Do we have any questions? I feel like I did a decent job kind of going over that. But I need answers. NAS should be the same thing for NASDAQ. Let me check. NQ. Go to R30. So we can see the exact same channeling down, right? Let this thing load in. Our indicators are still loading. Okay. So our structure is a bit different on NQ, but similar, kind of, right? Like we've got a very clear channeling down that's happening, and we're just marking this as a channel so that you can, we're clearly defining lower highs and lower lows, right? So we have a seller in control. I mean, it's easy to perceive as a channel. Don't look at those lines as like, oh, it has to reject here. We're just trying to show this a bit clearly, a bit more clear. But do we see this point above at 600s? That clearly is a level which it's going to be a huge pivot to get through, right? Where all this volume was exchanged. This is a multi-day POC. So this is your larger target up at this 93-600 area. We are at our first area of resistance now, where we need to see acceptance above this 94, 95, right? This is where POC from yesterday is. So what do we mean by that? Well, if we know where volume was traded yesterday, we know that this area from POC to value high is where sellers are going to be positioning themselves if they think that price is going to continue to hold in this downtrend. Where do we need to see buyer acceptance? Well, we need to see a recovery of yesterday's POC first of all. We need to see a recovery of yesterday's value high, an acceptance outside of yesterday's balance. If we get that, then we can get a test to that 600. That's the main thing. Until then, there is no reason, if you're not already in a trade, to be looking for a long right now without a pullback, because we are technically at our seller that we can clearly see, right?
Data, services PMI forecast 52.5 on the prior 52.7 with a range of 54 to 50.7. Services employment forecast 51.
So we need to see acceptance back over this 600 to
6.1 on the prior.
Oh, sorry. Let me actually like mark this.
Services prices
it's like talking numbers.
57.3 on the prior 58.3. And US factory orders month on month forecast 2.4% on the prior minus 3.6%. With a range of
see how easy it is to develop levels like that, just looking at previous POC and value areas. But like these are our two main areas.
On the prior 5.4%.
This is it.
Core durable goods revised.
We need to see
0.5% on the prior
buyers
5%.
recover this or push up into this node. And we then either get a pullback, right, and then balance, chop, 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 and then acceptance back above. Or we're going to find that price tries, right, attempts, comes up to the seller reoffer here, and then rejects and continues down. I don't have the answers for you yet. All I know is that this is where our first real seller should be positioned if we're going to continue this channeling down. Yeah. So like the level that I'd be watching for a pullback, you have two major areas if we're going to hold. We have the structure fill back down to 26.75, and we have this value high on the day at 56. These two levels are key. What we should be looking for now is a seller to be positioned potentially here and potentially at 533. So we can label it like this. Seller defense.
Job creation as inflation falls to 2%.
Potential value area high, buyer defense. Larger pulled back, we fix morning structure. Right. Value area low. Then we call this buyer POC. We call this yesterday seller POC. Yesterday value area high. Right? Like we don't need to overcomplicate this. Here you go. Which makes sense, right? Like, why would this make sense as where our seller is? Well, it's the edge, right? It's yesterday's POC. Like, what do you mean? Here, let's go to, now that we've gone to a smaller time frame, we have a bit more resolution, so we can refine these numbers a bit. So seller defense here. This is your first area in the sand that we should be looking for. Our seller is going to be like, yo, that's enough. you've gotten your move, right? We're now at that extreme inside the channel, right? We've deviated away further away enough to now meet sellers who are interested again. So this is it. Just gonna shift these a bit now that I have a bit more res.
At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we get US ISM data, services PMI, forecast 52.5 on the prior 52.7, with a range of 54 to 50.7. Services employment, forecast 51 on the prior 50.7. Services new orders, forecast 56.1 on the prior 55.5. Services prices paid, forecast 57.3.
Turn on a watermark so it's easier to understand what we're on.
US factory orders month on month, forecast 2.4% on the prior minus 3.6%, with a range of 5.4% to 0.8%. Durable goods revised, forecast 5.4% on the prior 5.4%, and US core durable goods revised, forecast 0.5% on the prior 0.5%, and Canadian IV PMI, prior 54.7.
Yeah, and if you guys need to like understand where these levels came from, there's before I got off on my last stream, I went over exactly what we were looking for, which is that seller defense above, strong seller defense here, and then a full structure repair is our target down into this 700 to 710. These levels haven't changed. I haven't traded since the last stream. So just keep that in mind that if you need a review, that is available. We're now going to modify levels now that we have a bit more granularity, though.
Fitch Ratings says most North American sector outlooks are deteriorating on slowing economy.
Okay. You see what I mean? Like just yesterday, seller POC, 96s, imagine. Now we look to see if buyers have any strength for continuation at all. And let's add the Russell. Let's just create a new 3-pane. Keep it clean. So let's change this to NQ actually. Change this to ES. Change this to RTY. Okay. Where did our ES levels go? I'm so confused. Hello?
One minute remaining. I'll lead with US ISM services.
Am I nuts?
PMI.
What's going on? They just disappeared? I don't know what just happened, but yeah, okay. So we're just looking to see if this first defense is important for NQ here. This is just a retest of the value high that's kind of been developed on the day so far at this 456 on NQ. We know that there's a seller at 96s. We now just need to be patient. I don't know what just happened to all my levels on ES. It's a little annoying, but I'll remark them, I guess. I have them on another window in front of me.
50 spot 6, 50 spot 6, lower than forecast, 52 spot 5. Factory orders.
Morning, Lobo.
2 spot 6%, 2 spot 6%, higher than
34.
forecast, 2 spot 4%. Seeing some downside in dollar, upside in stocks. Canadian Ivy PMI 56 spot 3, 56 spot 3. ISM services prices paid 57 spot 4, 57 spot 4. Higher than forecast 57 spot 3. Services new orders 52 spot 8, 52 spot 8. Lower than forecast 56 spot 1. Services employment 43 spot 3, 43 spot 3. Lower than forecast 51. Core durable goods revised 0.4%, 0.4% lower than forecast is 0.5%, and durable goods revised 5.4%, 5.4% as expected. Seeing continued downside in dollar, bit more upside in stocks.
Okay. So this is your first real, like, this is our test, right? This is Russell supply and previous POC. This is yesterday's POC and our push above, and this is ES, this 50 pivot, sorry, this 45 pivot is super important. And then we have supply above and ADR up at 53 if we want continuation, but we shall see. News just was released. As long as things continue to have momentum and we don't see a stall here, then, you know, you get some continuation. I don't know why my levels disappeared. Really annoying. You guys want to hear something wild? I'm going to have to move out of this place for a week because they need to work on the gas pipeline in the middle of winter. I'm going to have to go stay somewhere else.
Not optimistic on a shutdown deal.
So that's something. At least I don't have to pay for like a unit or something. But trying to find something that will accommodate myself and my animals as well as like working. Yeah, that's where I'm at Airbnb. But I've got my animals, right? So it's it becomes a bit more of a problem. See what happens here into supply. This is ES ADR. This is your first like real look now that we're into NQ's high, as well as this supply at on ES and the Russell. Remember, loss of momentum on all three. Why would we continue, right? We're looking for, we have clear trend with higher lows, but we have an overall downtrend. So we need to find areas where buyers are going to be willing to participate for pullbacks, or you need to be looking at the other side. So this is your first area where sellers can be located. Seller supply. But as long as like the Russell continues and NQ doesn't find too much resistance into this 51, then we can get some continuation. I haven't taken a trade yet today because we were going over everything, but just we want to be really watching this 56 to 60. Mom and dad? I wish, man. My dad's got a 1-bedroom apartment. He's not willing to share that for a week. Have I considered moving to Florida? Need a bit more, even like an exploding apartment. I don't know if that would do it, you know?
The Dixie turns lower after US non-manufacturing sector data, last down 0.4% at 102 spots.
I'll move in with Rory. His wife will love that. So as we're doing this, I'm going to be looking for Airbnbs to try to find a place that'll accommodate my huge ass dogs. A Rottweiler Great Dane mix and a Pitbull Terrier mix. Good luck. Yeah, that's what I was like. This is the worst. This is the worst. Oh yeah, definitely. Easily. By themselves, they eat more than me. Individually.
The S&P 500 up 0.6%, the Nasdaq up 0.6%, and the Dow up 0.4%.
How did everyone do yesterday, though? You guys have a good day? I haven't spoken to Mario in like a week. Kind of crazy. Yikes. Again, 56. This is yesterday value area high area. So like just keep an eye on it. We need to see acceptance above. We could just balance here now that we've gotten our structure repair. I'm not sure. As well as this being NQADR, right? So we have some resistance here. Just be aware of that. We do have trend on the shorter time frame, right, with higher lows, but we did just create quite the structural gap with this news. But we don't want to short if people are willing to continue to buy, but we do want to be looking for a pullback because we do know that we are at resistance. So ideally, I'd like to see a further pullback. I know we won't always get it, But just like this is definitely your first risk off into this 56 on ES and 51s on NQ. You want to be moving up stops just in case. I'm not a big fan of trying to short into news that's clearly bullish, but I do want to be respectful that we are in a larger term sell, right? So it's like we look for a pullback buy basically until we see these lower highs break and these higher lows break, right? Because right now you just need to, what do we always say? What do we talk about? Who's in control? Short term, long term, who's in control? Define the parameters, right? Once we've defined the parameters, now you can now look to try to take a trade with either the higher time frame trader or the lower time frame trader who has trend, right? So if you want to be shorting, you need to be shorting into an important level above and be waiting for your setup to play, and understanding that on the lower time frame we do have trend. We do have a buyer who is willing to push price. So it's one of those things where you need to know who you're playing with and when your play invalidates. It's super important to not get caught on the wrong side. Just because you think a move extended too far, it doesn't mean anything.
White House economic advisor Brainard says the jobs report shows a very healthy economic picture.
And I'm sorry for those that didn't get their fill into that 700, 710 area. But we did talk about it. It was given. So now we just have to be patient, right? I didn't get it either. I wasn't here. I'm dealing with this gas stuff. So like I'm not trading. We will now look for trades, but like just keep in mind that we missed our entry and now you have to be patient. I will be right back.
White House economic advisor Brainard adds that wages grew over 2023 as core inflation came down. So Fed swaps reprice odds to 70% chance of a 25 basis point March Fed cut. So again, those chances have now come back to where they were before. Fed swaps repricing odds to 70% for a 25 basis point March Fed cut. So we're looking now to the Fear and Greed Index, 72 out of 100, which indicates greed, while the Crypto Fear and Greed Index is at 72 out of 100 as well, also indicating greed. We're keeping an eye on the VIX as well, so it's down on the day at 13.41. White House Economic Advisor Brainard says the Houthi Red Sea attacks haven't hit US inflation.
Looks like we did the move that I drew. That's very cool. So the most bullish play is happening right now, but we need to be careful, right, at this 53.75. This is your ADR retest from the other side. So this is your first real test now, your first look to see if sellers are in control to create a lower high, right? We have a node here on NQ. We have a node here on ES as well. And if a seller was going to step in, this is where you'd expect them to try to create that lower high, right? For that start of a channel down. We want to see buyers be able to reclaim this area, this 540, and bid above, and then continue off of it. So just keep that in mind, that we need to see a strong buyer here to push, and that we need to just look for that continuation, right? We've got Russell bottoming out. That was your first sign that we wrote out. We just need to see if they can now break this lower high, or if sellers will try to push this back down and then go for the full structure repair for intraday down to 740. So just keep that in mind. Move your stops up if you did long from the 47 or the 510. Any questions, guys? Sorry, I'm a little all over the place today, but at least pathing has been very clear. Trying to get my life in order. So just an update of the screenshot that I just posted above. I mean, nothing's changed other than the path playing to the T. Buying a nice condo downtown for a week? Just in general, I like the flexibility. Yeah, I rent. I usually don't stay in one place for very long. And I haven't given up on leaving here again. Like, I moved back a few years ago for work, and then I was like, surely I'm not going to be in, Ohio forever. And, I still have the dream. It's just one of those. I was looking at apartments in NYC for a while, actually. A lot of people who are longer term here know that. But then, like, COVID hit, and they started you needed anywhere between proof of income of 10 to 20 times your income, and you had to be able to show that to even get a foot in the door of an apartment in the areas that I was looking. And I'm not local, so these places were going instantly for like $1,000 over ask. And so by the time that like my realtor actually would be able to get me to hey, look, with while streaming it on their phone, like, it would be sold an hour later. So I just don't have a chance if I'm not there directly, because of the process of living out of state. Yeah, so that's why I haven't moved to New York. Actually, I would have to spend like a month there looking for an apartment in person. Yeah, but the thing is they don't like futures trading. They don't like any of that. They don't see that as stable. And my art business, like, the income that generates wouldn't be high enough to support the living that I would want to the apartments that I'm looking for. Because remember, it's 10 to 20 times the price of rent. And it's New York rent, so keep that in mind. Yeah, so if I was local, I think it'd be okay, because I can they have a bit more faith, but they're always going to give it to someone who will buy same day and above ask, which it could never be me. I am so bad at like deliberating and making decisions like that, where I need like a month to like actually balance out the pros and cons, and even then I'm gonna be like, I don't know.
US Treasury Secretary Yellen says pessimism
I'm just not that guy.
has proven unwarranted.
Especially like moving into a different city, right? Not even a different city, a different state. Like that's a big decision. Making it in a day and then being like, yeah, let me move my whole life after this realtor streamed it on her phone. Like I don't know what the water looks like, right? Like I don't know what if it actually gets heating. I don't know if I'm getting scammed. So that's been my biggest, like I looked for months like that and I just with no luck. Everything was gone. Yeah, no, like I've got it. I did all the things. Again, like I just was getting outbeat by people who are local. They're gonna go with the local person 90% of the time. It just was a thing that was happening over and over again. It doesn't matter. If someone is willing to pay upfront cash and pay 6 months of rent right there and pay $1,000 more per month, they're gonna take them. To Milwaukee. Oh my god. See, I like Cleveland because the food is really good here. There's no traffic, but there's actually culture here and it's cheap. So you get to do everything that you'd want to do, like, without any worry. And my family's here.
And Treasury Secretary Yellen says some surveys beginning to show Americans are more optimistic.
Yeah, Manhattan. The boroughs are fine. I really like Brooklyn, actually. But yeah, I was looking at apartments in Chinatown specifically, and Manhattan and in general. But like Greenwich area. Yeah, Greenpoint's great. I don't mind that. When I go up there, I stay at the One Hotels, and that's in Brooklyn, right on the bridge, and it's really nice. It's a good area. The rest of it I can't speak for, but I know that area specifically is not bad. Austin? Too far away. I like the east side, East Coast. Austin has really great music, though, and food. Plus, there's a lot of game studios there, actually.
And Yellen
Got a lot of
says
friends
real
who
wage
work out there.
increases mean Americans are getting ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to live outside of the city. If I'm gonna live, I want to live in the city. I've never not lived in a city. You guys need to remember, like, living in the city is my way of life. Like, I don't drive. Like, I don't do any of those things. Like, I am a city person. No, I don't drive. Not when not when I don't need to. No, I like again like my life is curated for convenience.
And Yellen says what we're seeing now can be described as a soft landing.
Come back to ATL? I don't know, man. I've lived in ATL and in Savannah. I like Savannah, but landlords are awful. Too many college kids. But it's so pretty. There's nothing to do. We go to like Tybee. It is Grotto. I just saw your. It is easier living near a college for sure. Live in the cabin in the mountains. That does not fit your lifestyle at all, Rory. Ugh. Did you forget that you sit on a computer for 90% of your time playing video games? Exactly. And you like good food? You think they've got like solid Asian food out in a cabin in the woods, in the mountains? I don't think you're thinking this through. You think you can get boba in the mountains, bro? What? One O and two O's.
US Treasury Secretary Yellen says, I'm not seeing any meaningful effect on energy prices from the Red Sea shipping disruptions.
Yeah, I mean, we're just balancing. We need to see if we can break over these ADRs. We know where we're going. We looked for this bounce, right? All we're looking for are pullbacks. We just need to see acceptance over these highs. NQ, doing it first, but we need to see the Russell show that it also wants to. What we are seeing with the Russell is the ability to form higher lows from that bounce point, which is not a bad sign, but I do want to see that push over that 86.3 for me to be interested in continuation. Or I think that we can see a loss of momentum where NQ is kind of just pushing up to resistance, where the Russell is kind of getting ready for a larger sell to the downside for a full structure repair. So I'd really need to see buyers on RTY step up, or I think that we can get that larger pullback down to 74.7. So I really want to see this push and then acceptance up into this. It can just oscillate between these 2 points as NQ continues, but just remember what that means from what we've talked about in like the overall market. We don't have as much strength moving us up, right, as we did before. So if we don't have the same energy in the sense of RTY and NQ pushing from the initial reaction that caused this move, you have a weaker market that's pulling up into a supply. And so you have to be a bit more careful. We want to see a strong show from buyers from that structure test down at 700s on ES to now give us some continuation, and now just hold up at value high. Previous day's value high. So remember, this 56 is that level. 56.
White House Economic Advisor Bernstein on inflation says we are on the path out of the woods, but our work is not done yet.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just really not comfortable taking a trade without a push above 56s on ES because I think that there's the chance of us coming back down to test 40s is just too high without the push above 56. But if we do get the breach and a bit off of that, then I think it's fine. I think if I zoom out a bit, that might be a clearer, that might make a bit more sense. Do you see this gap that we have here? And we know that we have a seller here at this 56 level. So what we really need to see is a push above and the willingness to bid here for continuation, right, above that 56. Or we have a loss of momentum and then a push back down to where buyers' value was previously, right at this POC and the node. So it's just something to be aware of, that we really need to see interest above that level and like some excitement over it. What's it doing? Oh, I think I just sent a password request to my ex-girlfriend. Yikes. All right. Awkward. What are the odds that she sends me the information to log into Airbnb? Think she'll support me on this week-long vacation? Is your first test over 56s? See if they stay bid. I need to see this node become supportive. Russell at the highs of this range as well, at that 86.3. We don't want to see any stalling here. But Russell's still fighting resistance at that 86. Need to see a push above. Waiting to see if the Russell, sorry, if NQ can maintain a higher low here. But just, we are where we are, right? Like, it's just seller supply. So it's fine to chill up here, but any sort of loss of momentum on multiple instruments, right? Like RTY and NQ at the same time, where they both fail to make or maintain higher lows, that's when we're going to run into issues where we're going to get that full structure repair down to 740. So a real easy rule of thumb here, now that we've done the first bounce, is can we maintain equal or higher lows, right? So far, yes. But we need to be very careful. Just be patient. I think if we see a push below 53s, right, we can just play this node. If we see... delete. Shit. Where we can play this node where we're looking for either acceptance on a retest below for a push down, or acceptance on a push above, right? Like that's the move here. We're playing on both sides of this node. We're just waiting to see if buyers are willing to get us out, or if we're going to continue to transact within this range. The first signal of a break would be on a push below 53s again, right? And then the offer sitting there for continuation down for that structure repair. So let's watch what happens as the Russell comes down back into the low of this range that we were talking about. Can it continue its oscillation as NQ tries to find strength, right, on this equal low? Or is this going to be the start of a deeper pullback that will be needed? I really think that 740 target will be the area of interest if we lose momentum. Hey, here are our tests. See if buyers are willing. Look at the shift of delta here as we're pushing down. And quite a bit more aggressive selling happening as with this push down into the lows. We're continuing our oscillation here, right? It's always fun to find these edges.
So seeing a CNBC reporter via Twitter here, Bob Pisani, talking about possible Bitcoin ETF approvals. It says we're expecting maybe something this weekend, most likely Monday or Tuesday though.
Okay, guys. Here's our retest on the break of the range. This is where we'll figure out if this rejects the 53, right? 53, 54 area, and then we get that fill down to 40s that I was looking for. This is a big test. We see acceptance now and a push down, or can buyers go for this and push us back over that 53? So this is a very important area, guys. This is our retest, right? This is your first look to see if we can balance here and then get back into range, or if sellers will now hold us for the full move down, right? Just as we were talking about. Delete this just to clarify. Oops. This is where we are from the drawing that we did on the push down. So we need to see if sellers can now hold us here on a break of this range, and if they're going to go for the full structural fill. Why do we care about this area? Well, this is your first real structural place where we would attempt to see if buyers were going to maintain, right? Where our developing POC shifted. The reason why this is your first little bounce area, well, this is where we saw buyers step in at the higher low on the first initial sell, right? So just like common sense. It's just where did people find value previously? Why can we look for a bit of a bounce here? Why are we looking for a rejection here? Well, if sellers are willing to defend this now and buyers can't get us back over, then it shows that buyer interest that was previously here at this 47 is no longer being found there, and that we should be looking for that fill lower, right? If they're unwilling to defend 47, right, buy side, then there's no reason why we wouldn't just gravitate towards the lower value where price was perceived, where people were willing to buy before. It's really that simple. So just we watch our reaction here. We see if sellers are in control. We see that we have the retest on the Russell on the break of the range, and that sellers are now holding and defending that pivot. And we see the same thing on NQ. Now we just need to see if buyers can push this back over, or if sellers don't have the ammo to continue it down, right? Either way, we're looking for a recovery of 53s here and a bit off of that, or a push down to 40s in my mind for ES. If I full screen this, we see what I'm talking about? How we're just at the low of this node? And like we can either fail to hold the low, right, which gives us a push down to the previous node, or we hold the node and we come back up to the mid. And look for sellers there again. It's really... That's it. Watch if we get a reaction here on the Russell at the 74.7, where we had our first larger pullback target on a break of that 80.1. If the Russell finds a low, it's your first sign of potential strength coming back. If it fails, right, then we'll be looking for the full structure repair down to 40s. Yeah, these R&B people are so sketchy. What is this? Why is the price never the price? What? Oh. All of a sudden there's an extra $200 fee. Okay. It's like, I noticed that you plan to stay for 5 to 6 nights, and according to our policy for stays of 5 to 29 nights, we charge a fixed fee of $200 in addition. Also, I see you have pets. It is $25 per night for pets. It's like I've already requested and I've already put down a deposit and none of these things were listed. So now it's like either I don't get my deposit back or I cancel, right? Like I either agree or I just lose my deposit. And none of this was listed. What is this? No, it says reservation fees won't be refunded directly on the site. This reservation is a non-refundable. Like that just easily adds another like $350 onto this ticket. Like it's almost the same amount in fees as the cost per stay. What? What is going on? That used to be so good, man. Like 2012, it was like real people who were just like had a spare bedroom. Used to have like full conversations with them, like check in with them later after our stay. Now I'm like talking to an actual agency. It's not a person. They bought it all. Feels terrible. So confused. Yeah, I'd like one more leg down as well. Or I don't know if we get it, but hopefully. I want the structure repair. I'm not comfortable taking a trade here. Like, there's technically nothing wrong with this 50 to 43 area. Sorry, this 45 to 43 area on ES, for like a potential bid. But at that point, with how like weak this has been showing, I just don't see why we wouldn't do the full repair. Like, I need to see someone, yeah, like, show interest. I'm not a huge fan of like stagnation after a sell. Especially with like a structure fill below. It's not a good look. That being said, like, we do see the Russell potentially showing a bottoming pattern, right? But like, we need to see a higher low. Yes. So maybe we do see a bounce, but it'll set up another short. I agree. Yeah, you might see a bit of relief back up to 50 and then a sell. But ideally, I just want to be looking for that 40 area. Just makes sense. Like, if you put a VWAP from the low on ES, like just from this low, and we look for where that is, we can see that that's 40 as well. So like, that level to me I have a lot more confidence with our developing POC there, where we've identified a buyer. We have our standard VWAP there, our opening range high there, as well as our AVWAP there, and our FEG fill, basically. So like, to me, there's a lot more confidence trying at this area, or at least looking, you know, compared to where we are. Because now what we need to do is we need to be able to battle and push. I need to see acceptance back over this FEG high here, right? We need to see acceptance over this 49.50, and then that becomes supportive for upside, just like we drew. Or like, to me, this is just at least a fill down to the FEG low here at 41.50. But at that point, like, we're already in that bidding area that I'm more comfortable taking a trade in. So it's just something to keep in mind. It's crazy how shameless these people are. Holy crap. I just go to hotels now, Airbnb not worth. I would completely agree with you if I didn't have animals. The only places that allow animals are like the extended stay places that are in the ghetto, which I'm just not trying to do because I need internet. Even if it was like for one night, I'd be fine, but like I need to stay for an extended period of time while they fix this gas main. And the extended stay places are always the worst. So Airbnb is just the better option because they'll have high-speed internet plus accommodate my pets. But you just have to deal with all these sleazy fees. Sadly. So this is where I would suggest looking to cover shorts as we retest opening range highs on NQ and ES. We need to see if the Russell can find a low, but this is pushing down into that target now, that 43 to 40 area that we were looking at. So just be aware. Like if bull continuation was going to happen, this is where I want to see it. Longs at 91 to 93. Dude, I have it drawn on the chart. I don't need to answer your question. We have yesterday's seller POC 496 for NQ. I've been talking about this 740 area for quite some time. I have larger pullback level to look for reversal would be here at 74.7 for the Russell. I didn't see your question because I've now talked about this move for the last 2 hours. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe, man. I don't know what the buyers are going to look like at 91, 93. But I do know that this is yesterday's seller POC at 96, and I'd like to see buyers hold this. And this is what we've had listed. So, I mean, I want to see this hold, but I'm not a fortune teller. I'm just telling you where previous buyers were. We need to see if they're still there. But this would make sense. And like, if they don't want to hold this 40, then we come all the way back down to 35. So we really want this to hold. We want to see strong buyer support here. I mean, we did call the high. I said 60. It was the high. We called the low as well. So, I mean, as fortune tellers go, I did pretty well. I can't give you every little rotation in between those two levels, though. You know? We did call the high and low, though. No, I don't think so. It's like a rock band, right? I'll give him a listen. Trying to think if I know any of their songs. I've definitely heard of them, but I can't like think. Usually when someone says a band name, I immediately am able to like recall 3 songs. Which is why I said no. I mean, they sound right up my alley. I'm a big fan of every recommended artist based off of this artist. Like Built to Spill, Modest Mouse, Minus the Bear, Cursive. Like all the bands that are being recommended from me being on this page for Pinback. So I'm assuming I'm going to like them a lot. So if we push over this 45, I think we get a retest up to 48s. And I can't guarantee anything after that. But if 45s become supportive here, then we look for 48 for sure. Seller reoffer. It's either we go for that 48s or we go down to that 40. I don't know as of yet. The logic behind that is let me go to full screen here. $48 is where our deviation is, and where this seller is being found, and this node edge is. So the reason why I'm not convinced as of yet is because I'd love to see a test down into this node edge here at 40. Right now, we're kind of just in between still. So I could either see a push back up into this edge above, or come down into this edge below, where we know that there's definitely a buyer with some size who was able to squeeze price up. Usually when we see squeeze moves like this based off of news, we usually get like a full rotation back down into them, right? If we don't hold the halfway back, then I just look for the full rotation. They just make sense. Like, if a move has lost more than 50% of its retrace, then we've lost a lot of strength, is a good way of just kind of viewing it. Right? So you'd want that 50% to hold, and if the 50% doesn't hold, then I'm basically waiting for either a recovery and rebid of our previous seller, or a push down to structurally repair that move. Because I just don't see a reason to take a chance on like a 50-50. Whereas we could just play the edges and have a much better odds. Because again, we're not just playing a level, we're playing with someone who's participating in the market who has size. And if they're not positioning there, then I have no right to be positioning there. Because that's the reason why I'm taking the trade. So we kind of like lost the plot if I'm just like buying a random level that looks okay. I didn't get the reversal. I caught the short though. Nice. I mean, good. And the reversal might not be done, right? Like we might need that one last leg. We haven't confirmed anything. What you'd want to see is the Russell be able to hold a higher low and delta here. And again, like we don't get a move until we see NQ and RTY show some sort of reversaling action as well, right? Those were the ones that led us to the upside. We lost momentum, and all of a sudden we came back down. So we need to see the Russell and NQ show that they want to push up, or why would we be looking for higher, you know? So we really watch for higher lows now and watch our delta to see if that if it is in agreement with price. But yeah, I don't mind this 43 to 40 area to at least try with initial size, but like if we push below and that becomes our offer, then you should be fully aware that coming down to 35 makes sense. That'd just be back to POC basically. Like that's your full FEG fill. So what were opening range highs here? Oops. Hold opening range highs here on NQ, RTY. Oops, sorry, on opening range high on NQ and on ES. And we're able to kind of consolidate and then push over. But like if we lose this and then all of a sudden we start to see our opening range high become resistance, right? Then we look for a push down for the full fill of this FEG into the low. So we really want to start to see buyers show a basing, some sort of basing on RTY and NQ, higher lows, right? Delta kind of holding this, NQ holding that higher position, and then just us kind of like fixing the structure. ES does not look great, I would agree. And it's very slow.
So just seeing from Wall Street Journal's Nick Timmerels, some
But it's not going to look great until we see the Russell and NQ find a low.
Doesn't scream change your policy stance for the Federal Reserve. In fact, it doesn't change much of anything for the central bank, according to him.
So I'm just gonna put this thought out there. Would you guys be more interested in me streaming a set 2 or 3 hours every day of the week instead of 3 days full sessions? Would that be a quality of life change for everyone? Okay. So morning session and then bail every day? That's what I'm saying. If I do it, I'm going to get off stream afterwards. So I'm not doing 5 full days a week. I'm going to burn out and then I'm going to hate you all. So, but like, if that's what, like, I'm willing to do that if we think that that is better. But understand what that means. Like, I'm just throwing it out there as an idea. I will have to see. Well, you'll still have Mario for afternoons. Like, his stuff isn't going to change. This is just a me thing. So literally nothing changes. Do I need to do it where it's mornings and then we do afternoons for like 3 mornings, 2 afternoons or something? I don't know. I'm just putting thoughts out right now. With our lower prices that we just developed, and everything else, like I'm trying to make sure that like people are getting what they want. Okay, don't change everything for Gav. Good, noted. Leave afternoons to Dap. Yeah, I'm more than like you guys have to remember that I trade 3 days a week. I don't trade 5 days a week. So this is going to be very new for me as well. But like I'm not willing to give up those days that I usually don't trade on. But if we're all content with me doing 9 to 12 or something like that every day during the week, then I will do that for us, for everyone. For the sake of the stream, for the sake of the quality of life for the server. So just maybe we can put out a poll. Yeah, this is where you need to start being very careful with shorts. You'd want to see a buyer step in here, but if it doesn't happen, remember we're looking for the full fill of this FEG. But definitely move stops down if you're in those short positions. We're looking for the Russell to find the bottom, and we shouldn't really expect ES to bottom out until the Russell does that. So I would say that VWAP is our target, where we've this marked. I will be looking to see if buyers step in here. Let us see. I'd really like to see Russell, like, we're at VWAPs, right? So I want to see a buyer try to step in here. If we don't see a buyer on the Russell at VWAP and at this fill into this 32, 34 area on ES, I'm just going to exit. Like, there's no interest at VWAP, then okay, bye. Right? This one? Yeah, I can give you this one. It's the, it was just an ES chart from Wednesday, but I turned it into a 3-pane. So what we're looking for here is just a recovery of 34s. We got to our 56 target on NQ. Russell's trying to find a low, but we haven't confirmed anything yet. We know that we have a strong seller. So just be very patient here. We're testing value low on the day. Until we see acceptance below, this is where we should be looking for buyers to try their hand.
Libya's oil minister says that Libya oil output drops to 981,000 barrels per day on the Sharara outage.
Okay, here's your test of 34s. Russell finding that bottoming. You need to see a bit of continuation here. You don't want to see resistance into these 13 EMAs. Darren, could you do a poll to standard? Or really just tell everyone? Maybe put it just asking what people would prefer for days. Appreciate it. If people think it'll help with consistency, I'm more than willing to do that. I just risked off 2 into the 13 EMA here, just in case we reject. I would really like to see this become supportive at 34, though. If we can get a push above and then that hold, that would be ideal. If not, remember, like, what we're looking at is this 13 EMA as a trend continuation tool on NQ and ES. So I want to be risking off into that until I see it become a supportive level. The reason we look at the 13 EMA, if you're new, is it just does a really great job of kind of showing short-term trend. So what we would want to see is for this to become our supportive level, like so, for a push back up to this structural retest here. But if that fails, right, we want to be prepared and we want to risk off, because I can't tell the future. I can't tell if this is going to get continuation. All I know is that why we care about this level is that this is where our seller currently is. We see a strong push down and an imbalance fill here. This is your first test of supply, as well as our 13 EMA, which is showing a short-term trend. So now we're just looking for a higher low, and I want to have at least averaged out of that position while still maintaining my risk and have a bit of a position left just in case. It'll be awkward because I start doing this now with me trying to figure out my living situations this week. It's a bad time to start this schedule, not gonna lie, but I'm willing to try. I'll have to see how nice the internet is. Wait, I asked too many questions. They canceled my reservation. Hello? I asked them. I just asked them 2 questions. They seemed fine with it, and then they weren't. They didn't say anything. They just canceled on me. They're like, this guy didn't just accept the $400 in extra fees. He's going to be too much of a hassle. All right, well, back to the drawing board. Oh, I think I just found the place. High-speed internet. Easy. We really need to see buyers here at this 26. Opening range low. I'm really not incredibly bearish under until we see a push below value low. Like, I need to see acceptance below this 26, and then we can get a move down to 18, where our developing POC is. Until then, like, we can just chop around here, right? Like, I don't have a great understanding of where we're headed if this doesn't hold, right? Like, it's let's go to directionality wise. We want to see 26 hold in our opening range low, but until I either see a retest higher and rejection, then we can look for a push down into this 18, or we can just kind of chop here and then come back up to VWAP. But I'd be a lot more comfortable trying at this 1875 or this 26 and this to hold. Again, a good gauge here, guys. We have trend, right? We have a seller in control who's pushing price down. We failed at the highs. We came up to yesterday's high, value area high, and rejected at that 56. And then we are pushing back down. So we know that there's a seller in control who's pushing the market down and has created lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, and lower lows. So we're channeling down. I need to see acceptance back over this 13 EMA for me to even consider that this isn't just going to continue, right? So what we're doing now is finding levels of interest. 26, 1875. Those are my two next levels where I care. And I want to be watching how price reacts. But what do we need to see at these levels for us to want to buy? Well, from that initial low, you can try, right? You can try with an initial size. But what we're really waiting for is price to make a higher low after a clear showing of a bid from that position. We want to see then a higher low, a bid, and then a recovery of our sell level to show that we're buying on the right side of a V and not just, a chop and another leg down. Nothing yet has shown us that this isn't just channeling down. Do we understand that? We want to bid here. We want value area low to hold. We want opening range low to hold. But we need to see that recovery of basically day open and then a bit off of it for you to have a solid understanding if this is going to bounce. That doesn't mean that you can't take a initial position, size-wise at this 26 if you really think it's going to bounce, but know that there hasn't been any proof. There's no one here letting you know yet that this trade is going to work and that they're willing to position themselves here. The reason why we care about this 1875 level is this is just our POC shift from before. Right? So just keep it in mind. I think that this is still just if you're in a short, you're just moving your stops down, and as long as the lower lows and lower highs continue to hold, you can hold a runner. I think this is where we start to look for buys, right? But we need to see that buyer step in and recover our previous sell level. Without that information, what are we going off of other than a level on our chart that we like, I need to see someone step in here. And without the Russell finding that low, we don't have the momentum. So I would love for opening range low to hold, and I'd love for NQ to be able to hold this higher low, but I need to see the Russell get back over VWAP. I need to see a recovery of that 13 EMA. And I don't think that there's anything objectively wrong with buying before a breakout confirmation has has shown itself, but you need to know when it is invalidated if you do something like that, right? Like, there's no reason like you can't buy in a general area, but if you don't know why you're buying there and what invalidates that buy, and you're unwilling to take the paper cut if you're wrong, that's when it's an issue. If you don't have the mental capacity to cut a losing position, that trade is not for you, right? If you're someone who needs a very clear invalidation level and a very clear structural level to play off of, then you wait for that higher low, and then you have a level where you can put your stop, right? We now have a player to play off of. And it's something to always, like, this is why journaling is so important and why we stress it, is like, you need to know yourself. Are you the person who will be like, no, it could come back, and then you're looking for that break even instead of just closing for the loss when what you thought was going to happen didn't happen immediately, and we've lost the level of interest, right? Like, what kind of trader are you? Who are you? It's super important.
Hello, friends.
Yo.
What is up?
What is up? What's up is that my gas main they have to do repairs on it, and I've got to leave my house for a week.
Ooh.
Yeah, so as we're streaming, I'm trying to find accommodations for my animals and myself.
Yikes. Is that like your heat too, or
Yeah.
just like the net? Okay.
Yeah.
That's wow.
So not only that means that I've got to talk to the fire department and get my water turned off and get the house like winterized today. And then they are working and shutting it off, and I don't have heat here until next Thursday.
Just your place, or is it?
Yeah, it's like multiple units.
Okay, I'm surprised that they're. I guess you kind of have to deal with it. Well, you're your landlord, but
yeah, like they're gonna expense. I can expense my Airbnb, but I still have to like find a place that's gonna accommodate 120-pound dogs.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Which is like, it doesn't
What a
exist.
shit show. Oh my god. Yeah, and it's not like your dad's place has room.
No.
Or anything I like. Oh
Not
my
at all.
goodness.
And not only that, it's like I have to find a place that has internet that allows me to stream.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my goodness. I don't. I'd pack it up. Be like, I'm going into a tent for a week.
That's you.
I'm going to Florida. Yeah, that's the movie. Just drive to Florida. Go hang out on the beach for a week.
Say effort.
Now all the Florida people are gonna be like, "Yeah, come to Florida.
That's
it's great."
Yep, it's what we had before.
Oh. Yeah, see, there it is. I knew it was coming. I forgot, I can't start with ES.
I'm looking for a price to be able to get back over 34.25. I'm just in runners. I took an initial bid at value area low at this like 26 to 28 area. And I've caught just waiting for buyers to try to find acceptance back over these 13 EMAs and VWAPs. But that's where I'm at. Just to reiterate, I don't know if you've heard me before. But I'd love a push back up into 40s if we get a push over 34s. But if we can't, then I think that we probably come down to like that 18, 19 area at least on ES.
The Russell is very different to yesterday, though. It's interesting.
Dude, what do I do?
I don't know. It's crazy. Oh, that's like I just like leaned over and told Abby. She's like, maybe you just need to board the dogs.
Yeah.
Jeez, that's gonna be expensive, but that might be the option.
And I'm trying to like get verification on Airbnb, and it's in my ex's numbers attached to the account, man. So I just keep spamming her with all of these notifications.
No, not aboard the dogs. Board the dogs. Jesus Christ, VWAP.
This is terrible. Edit. Remove.
I'm proud of you, Rory. Let's go. Imagine I have to yell at you to make money.
That is our lives. Actually.
Just needed a little push. Every time. Let me get out of this range in 15 minutes. And cube of VWAP in this tick structure, I can continue to hold 0. It's not look horrible down here.
Really, I have a place? Holy.
Halfway back's here, ES and Q.
2 and 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour. We see the release of the weekly Baker Hughes rig count numbers.
I just got
Total
stopped
rigs,
at a 1. I have
prior
1 left.
622.
I'm gonna hold for a higher
Rigs,
low.
a prior of 500.
Sorry, I'm like trying to figure out my life while still trading. So
Yeah, there's not much to say here.
yeah, I have 1 left. 28.50 average. I'll be looking for a push over 34s. If it can happen, then I'll look to potentially add. Until then, I'll just hold this 1 runner. Stop at the low at 26. I think I just booked a place. Huge.
Yeah.
$700 bones. Yikes. They're not going to be happy with that, but hey, you know.
Okay.
No.
Oh, a week or what?
Yeah,
Okay.
not bad.
It could be worse.
Yeah, it's for less than a week, but you know, it's better than before. Dude, this last place that I was just looking at had $400 in hidden fees after I already booked. And I put
Yeah.
down a deposit. They all of a sudden were like, oh, by the way, there's an extra $200 fee because you're staying for more than 5 days. And also a $25 per day fee for your dog.
Yeah.
I'm just like,
Dude.
hello?
Airbnb is like kind of sleazy with that stuff. That happened to
Ooh.
me this summer too. I was like in Michigan. They just like left and they tacked on an extra like $200. They're like, "Thank you for staying. Can you give us more money? You kept it really clean. Thank you."
That's it, thanks. Mm.
The Fed taking down Airbnb? I don't know, Sauce. Sellers still in these range highs, all 3 indices. As we like range with the indices, Tesla higher high into VWAP and Apple slight higher high back into value low. So a couple pivots here on some underlines. Tesla's not really been trading with anything for months though, so but still worth noting.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Well, it's not even Airbnb who's doing it in this case. This is this company itself, because you can now charge after the fact fees to add on. So this is just like a sleazy corporation that has bought all the properties around here who's now trying to do this. But yeah, the Airbnb stuff was like the pre-tax and then like you have the pet cleaning fees and all of that nonsense that wasn't
5
included.
minutes time now at the
Yeah,
top of the hour.
there's
You can
that.
see the release of the weekly Baker Hughes rig count numbers. Total rigs saw a prior of 622.
So I'm
Oil
assuming
rigs saw a prior of
they just didn't
500.
want to give Airbnb a cut in their adding on fees and then trying to make you feel like you have to accept it by having a non-refundable deposit that's already been placed, like putting you in a terrible position. I should clean this up for you guys. I can stay actually. This 3425 is super important. We can just delete that. That's probably good enough. So I'm not, like, the reason I'm willing to stay in a runner here is that NQ and the Russell are both maintaining higher lows from this bottoming, which is our first, like, sign of a little bit of relief. But we do need to see a push over this 34 for me to really start to care, right? Because as of right now, it's just kind of chopping, oscillating within a pretty clearly defined low and high. And until we see that push back into this FEG that's above us and VWAP area on ES, like, it's hard not to want to just risk off into this high until we see acceptance above. But again, like what we were talking about earlier, like what caused the move to the upside that gave us trend earlier in the day? Well, we had the Russell and NQ both moving up. What caused the push down? Well, we had Russell and NQ moving to the downside. So like if we continue and we use our brains, we're just waiting for the Russell and NQ to show a bottom, and then we're looking for momentum to come back into the market, and then we have very clearly defined nodes above us that we can trade into. Until we see like acceptance below value area low, it's hard for me not to think that we don't just at least rotate back up to like POC. So I need to see like a push below value area low, and then like a seller to really step on the gas there to show that they want us lower. And then we can look for, you know, the targets that we have listed at 18, at 10, you know. But until then, like there's just, it's either going to chop here or it's going to be the bottom until someone shows that it's not. And if you understand that, it's like, okay, well, if we're going to chop, then I have an understanding of where that pivot is, the 34. And so I want to accept that there's potential for a chop, and I want to take off some risk into that high edge that we know where that seller is. But if we see a push above that seller, right, and we see acceptance there, then all of a sudden we can look for higher targets. But I don't have a crystal ball, right? And so until then, we need to just be willing to risk off into that. And that's why I just have a runner here.
Shortly expecting the US Baker Hughes rig count numbers. I'll be leading with the oil rigs.
Why the emphasis on RTY? Because it was the leading signal for the weakness in ES and Q. If you go back and look at the tops here, it was the first one to show weakness on the day. So this weakness drove us to the downside here for the larger push. The emphasis is like, we know tech can carry, but if we don't have strong momentum on NQ, which is mostly our like large cap tech names, if those aren't pushing and we don't have strong trend there and we have a pretty like mixed market, then I'm going to be relying on our other sectors, which are more heavily allocated in the Russell, being mid caps and smaller caps, with like financials and energy and healthcare, those names. Whereas NQ, we can mostly call that like tech and mostly growth. And so it gives you a good gauge of where like market sentiment is, and if we have the momentum we need for a push up, continuation, etc. So like if I see that NQ's like mixed or isn't showing like a strong trend in either direction, then I'm going to be looking at our Russell 2000 to give me a better gauge of where potential short-term pivots will
Keep in mind
be.
we are still waiting
Because
on the
if
Baker
mid caps
Hughes
push and tech also is holding, then we will get at least a little bit of a relief bounce. And I don't need large moves to make money. I just need clearly defined areas where I'm willing to try to put risk on. Let me know if that answered your question. Also, I will be right back.
501, 501. Total rigs 621, 621.
Hello, friend. Range lows here. ES does have some liquidity offered at 23, but a trade through the FVGs into 20. If we re-offer like 27s would make sense here now. 27s go bid, probably just re-rotate. Here's the retest into range. Russell did not put a lower low in there. NQES retesting here. Look back at 27s again here. Sellers are going to take control. You want this back on ES under 25 quite quickly, and NQ back under 50. If this stays bid, like I said, we'll probably just re-rotate. Sellers up into 28, 29s, high 28s, 29s on ES. You want to see a big take through there. Spending time at these lows is not something I'm super eager about. I'd rather fill these imbalances and trade to 18 and get that snapback, or just rotate up and out into Globex highs. Yeah, you want to see it push pretty quickly, or I don't like the kind of like lack of initiation in this area. The re-offer was good, but you need to see it go. ES liquidity on the ask is dropping down too, back into 27.75, so that 28 re-offer. It's tough. Gotta go.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation. $83 counterparties take $694.478 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
He's like this like 23, 24 area hold, but if it doesn't, and the Russell can't find a bottom here, then it just looks like a full repair, full retrace down to at least like 1875. If not, then back down to tens. Like the Russell really needs to be able to hold an equal low here. Same
We
with
need a move.
yeah, like it's got to happen now, or I look for at least this 1875, more this ADR low at 1175 to 10 might be the better play. We'll have to see how people react here. I'm just looking at like our node structure with this gap.
You have like the big Globex node right under the POC too, and then it's just like nothingness down below.
Yeah.
Anyone's holding 28 shorts. You want to see this 24 test reoffer pretty hard too.
Yeah, for me, Sauce, usually I won't consider the Russell trade until I see the deltas doing the opposite, with them showing higher lows. Like, to me, I just, like, it's too weak. I don't want anything to do with it. I'd want to see, like, the opposite, with price kind of pushing down, but seeing some divergence, bullish divergence there. It just kind of being, like, bearish with price holding sideways, but bearish just, like, feels bad. Like, I get the absorption argument, but, like, to me, I want to see the pop. Because, like, we know what a clear bottom looks like when it happens with the Russell. And this ain't it, you know? And so even, like, if it does hold here, like, I don't know how to play it, personally. Yeah, I agree. That's where I'm kind of coming from, is like you need to see a recovery and then the showing that we want to hold with real buyers, right? Like we have no one to play with yet. All we're seeing is just like kind of we're seeing a clear seller, right? But we're not really seeing like a buyer who's willing to defend a set level or really show any sort of like aggressive size. Like, to me, this 22 has kind of been our first area where I'm even starting to see like some liquidity, and it's still getting just like eaten. That's why I really wanted to see that push over the 34 for confirmation, and we did not. It's again for like what I was talking about earlier today. It's like if we're over the halfway of a move up, like if we can't hold the halfway back, like we've lost all momentum, right? Like it's so weak, and I'm more inclined to look for I'm more inclined to look for either a full retrace back down to the position we were at before the move, or a recovery of our previous selling level, to try to start to like position myself. And like right now, let's delete this just so our chart's clean. Like, what do we have here? Well, we need that recovery of that 34 node. That's where our sellers positioning themselves. That's what we wanted to see. But as of right now, like, I'd rather bid off of this 1875 where that POC shift was, or a recovery of that 34, because what we have is this huge node that's developed above us that we're going to hit our heads on over and over again. And it's fine if you're willing to scalp, you know, a few points, but I would rather be able to catch a larger move, personally, with a bit more confidence. Like, now all we can do here is like, do we reject value area low? Like, the one trade that we're going to be able to play off of here is we can at least use value area low as a level in the sand, right? Up at 2750. Like, either we recover value area low and then we bid off of it and then we can look for POC, or we reject, right? And price builds there underneath and we find acceptance, which is what we're trying to do right now. So it's like, as long as we're holding below here and our previous buyers are offsides, right here. Just gonna highlight it for those that like this. If we can't get back over this and recover these buyers and then bid off of this area, then there's no reason in my mind, at least, that this doesn't just come down further. Because we've now seen a full, maybe it'll help if I zoom out like this, so you can see the profile that I'm watching. This is our value area low, right here at 2750. So if like we've now traversed the entire range and we rejected yesterday's value high, we retraced that move and now we've fully pushed back, what's stopping us from getting a similar position like this, where we push below, we hold it, and then we continue down? So for me, like, I need to see us at least come down to here if we do reject or find acceptance above this node. Like, there's just the only, like, trade that kind of makes sense is either wait for a bid on a recovery of value area low or try attempting a short here with a stop at that 34, right? Like, that's it. Like, are we going to continue the downtrend? No? Okay. Well, we just put a stop here at this, like, 30 or 34 area, and you just let the trend continuation play. So I'm going to be waiting for this node or a recovery of this.
At 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Feds Barkin, who speaks to the Maryland Bankers Association. Text is expected, as well as a Q&A with the audience and media.
These are, like, kind of the pathings that I see. If, like, we can hold value low, right, on this push above, and then start to chop around here, we can look for that 34, and then we're just basically retracing that node. And, like, if we can then hold that 34, we can then trade up to 40s. But, like, until then, it is what it is. We're either looking for acceptance below, or we're looking for a move back to the mid. Yeah, well, like, the news did exactly what they needed to do, which was you had a very bearish overnight session, and then we had news that shook a lot of people out and punished them, and then we traded right back up to the highs, and sellers were still positioned there, and now we're just rotating back, right? But yep.
The bid is trying to step into 30 here.
That's a YouTube comment. What? HPY, can you send me a link when that's done? You know? For science? What? One of these is you. Hmm? Online pool.
Yes. The flashlight ASMR.
Mm.
Watch 33. You want a big take through 33 half into 35. Yeah, Russell range high and Q view up. And Q can peak again. They're like 480. Well, after that look below, you want to see a higher high here.
Yeah, it's got to get over
1 minute
34s.
remaining until we get the text release for Fed sparking.
Gotta. Or I don't want it. Oh, of course it's you. Oh, it's funny. Yo, what's up, entries? Uh,
Oh, it's entries?
yeah.
That's great.
Man just sent me a link to the pool on Discord. Oh, give me 1 sec. Someone's calling me.
It's the take.
No sign of the text release for Fed sparking.
It's your Globex high. First risk off. Looking 41. It's our high tick of day there as well. Any pullbacks you want to see 35, stay supportive, 35, 34. And clear and balance up through 41. ORH. NQ, same look. Imbalance fill ORH. I took 2 trades in here. So 31s on the break over daily open. I missed the low. And then on the move over 34. And just hitting the Momo. Yeah, I missed the low, so I just traded the momentum through pivots.
Alright. My bad.
It was like not certain over the until 28 sauce, so that's why. And then I was just a little lackadaisical.
Yeah, I think it was good once we saw the Russell put in that higher low. Often right here, sauce. At the 68.4. That was at the same time that we retested in this zone that we were talking about. So like now it just makes sense that we retrace back up. And now we're up to that 40 target. What is this? What color am I? Or you didn't get one in?
You retest structural NQ. Yes. Want to see this kind of panicky bid moving up continue. Coming strong here.
How do I do this? Easy. So we would love to see 34s now hold bid on ES. And I'd love to see 72s continue to maintain support on the Russell if we're going to get continuation, right? We're just trying to find acceptance at above VWAPs now. But we did go up to our 40 target on ES and our 96 target on NQ, as well as our 74 on the Russell. So we need to see these become supportive for more. Yikes. Yeah, right, because it's confirmed the low every time, right? So as soon as we start to see that Russell delta divergence plus the hold of the previous sell at 68s on RTY, like that's when I start to care. It's what we were just talking about with like, we saw the aggressive seller on the Russell pushing price down, and then all of a sudden we get that higher low. So it's like, oh, price and deltas are kind of working together, and then we get the hold of where our seller was previously, and we had a rebid and recovery. It's like now we all of a sudden have potential for someone to be off sides, which should give us enough of a directional move up to like actually make money. What is this positioning? Oh. This is a travesty. Fortunate.
There's a decent chunk of liquidity here on the ask offer. Do you want to see this push up through into 41? There's your imbalance fill. ES, NQ peaking ORH. Russell
Oh,
can clear LVN through 78.5. Sig is either winning or losing at pool.
I just-
We're unsure.
I just wrecked him. Easy.
Huge wins.
The easiest comeback of my life. Holy shit.
Be aware on these pushes of these tick highs. If you have a good average, you can definitely eat some, I don't want to say drawdown, but I will on runners. But understand when we're getting into these 1,000+ ticks that it makes sense to see a retrace at certain points.
Yeah, I'd just be paying attention, honestly, to where do we think the Russell's going to lose momentum. Seeing as that was kind of showing us our low here. This is your first like real test of supply on the Russell here into 78s. But if we can make this 76 supportive and we get a push, then I think you can go for 82s. So we just need to really see if sellers step in here. If we can build off this node, we can then go for something like that. So I'm just going to be really paying attention here. This 76. Oh, you were too late in your opponent. Oh, man. I screwed up. Oh. Someone shut this guy up. Damn.
So you're gonna want on ES tie or on NQ?
I'm currently not in a position, Robert. But all you want to see for a long continuation is the Russell to be able to hold this higher low and to build here, and then you can get a push up to this POC at 82s, I think. But just be careful. We need to see continuation. Nothing's telling me yet that we're not going to get that, but we are seeing a bit of weakness on the first test of supply here. Just be aware. What is this? What am I supposed to do here? Just trying to break this up. No! Oh my. For NQ, like, you've got opening range high and your 13 EMA, so just like look for a flag to build there, right? Like this. It doesn't have to be more than that. We're just trying to find acceptance back up above at opening range high on ES and NQ, as the Russell is able to hold a higher low, right? Like that's. Oh my god, I should have taken my one win and then left. I'm way too distracted this game. Yeah, it's yep. Imagine. Wow. That didn't make any sense physics-wise. A purple ball should have been hit. Who made this game?
Yeah, either or sauce.
Oh my god.
You are more correct than me for the one I pulled.
It's what we were just talking about. It's the acceptance back into value.
Yep.
It's literally it. It's the rotation back. Hello? We went over it. There's two plays. Either acceptance back and value low holds, supportive on retest, or we see that the sellers sit there and offer holds. No, I'm not like, but like I went over it in like detail, so like it shouldn't be a new. The easy, are you paying attention kind of thing. Not for you, Sauce, but for everyone else. I've never been more distracted in a pool game in my life. I'm like not actually playing. Like trying to watch the market while also not get completely smoked by this guy.
Hilarious.
Oh, GG. Yikes. I'm just gonna delete that now that it's played. Now we're just waiting. Can the Russell hold? We wait for the Russell to bottom. We wait to see if NQ can hold opening range high. If these two things can... Anyone else a bit weary of this Russell low? In what sense? I mean, it bounced VWAP up opening range high. Or are you talking about, like, something else?
Probably because, like, the poor higher low. Yeah, but if there's buyers there, then there's buyers there. It means nothing until we're re-auctioning it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So how I would look at that instead, Aram, is understand in these higher prices what structural breaks will look like to then go and re-auction it. Instead of focusing on like, okay, we should go re-auction it versus like, when will we?
I think it's a great target to look for if we push below VWAP and we find seller acceptance as VWAP resistance, right? Because then you just get the full fill. But like, am I going to be bearish with us holding opening range high in VWAP and then bidding off of it and then going up? Like, what's the trade? So like for me, I need to see us push below that 66.5, right, that we just bid off of. And like if we then see opening range high becomes resistance, right, then we can look for a reoffer and a seller and play back the day open at least. And then from day open we can go to play to opening range low. But like until I see that sell side pressure, like what do I do with that information other than just like have the understanding of like scalps are like the only thing I'm looking to try and playing into like targets above, right? Like I don't. Yeah, like I don't know, man. Like all I know is that we bounced there, and then we got the delta shift, and then we held a higher low, and then we bid, and then the market went up. And then all we did was come up to our seller reoffer into this LVN that's here from the imbalance that was created on the strong seller to the downside. And now we're trading within, like the way I look at it, and we'll continue to always look at it, is did we bounce the previous sell? And the answer is yes. So like if you are zooming out, we found previous resistance is now supportive, right? That's what that opening range high is, this VWAP. And then we look for a push below and then a look above and then a bid off of it. That's the price action that I care about. Which is what we saw. We saw a look below, a failure from sellers to push price down any further. We then held what was previous resistance as supportive on a retest and a look back above. And now it is what it is. You know? Like until I see that buyer is gone and no longer interested, or I see a seller who is interested in pushing price below that, like that'll now be my pivot. Because there's nothing other than like, you know, structurally on the higher time frame, sure, but like short term, there's clearly someone interested there. So until I see them buzz off, right, like I don't have anything to really say other than like I'd love to see that for structural sake. But I'm not going to be mad if we like push up to 46s here, you know, for seller reoffer and fill this node. IDS. I don't know. I have a really hard time shorting above VWAP and like on a acceptance into it. Like it's fine if we're like a deviation or two away, we can look for the mean reversion, but like what am I gonna do at opening range high VWAP? I need to see like a push below and then a reoffer. Especially with us like getting back over like ES in value area low and then like NQ holding opening range low and our previous low for the most part, you know. Wait, is stream really that delayed? What is this? Oh no, okay, we're good. Yeah, I think the 5 is a great way to visualize it. And again, like it is what it is. Like now we just have to wait for 40s to become buyer acceptance, right? Same with NQ. It's like opening range high trade all over again. But like, think about, do we have the same support now that we did on the initial bottoming? Does we see that like NQ and ES look very similar, but we do see that the Russell is lagging, right? So we need it to hold this low, the double bottom, to maintain that same kind of how do I say this? To maintain the momentum in the narrative that we're playing off of. I don't want us to go further down than this guy here on the Russell. Like I don't want to lose either an equal low or a higher low on a pullback, because I think that'll be too much for ES. But as long as we are maintaining that and NQ still looks fine, right? Like we're still holding, it's really not much to worry about for me. Like deltas look fine, price looks fine. It's just like building up at opening range high in the day. But like if Russell starts to show way more weakness than the rest of the market, then I'll start to get a bit weary. SPX is right at the 200 EMA. It's failing to break over. What time frame, Robert? Or SMA used? Yeah, I mean we're at short-term resistance, like definitely, and we're starting to see the Russell lag compared to like NQ. But I haven't seen enough selling pressure yet to tell me that this isn't just kind of chop, more so than anything else. Personally.
Fed Sparkin repeats previous remarks at an event in Maryland.
Sorry if that scared you guys. Taking a photo. But it seems like most of you guys, let me go back over to that poll. $24 votes for 5 days a week, morning only. So I guess we're doing that.
At least that won't increase your hours.
Right,
You
that's,
just do
yep.
3
That's,
hours.
I was like, I told him, I was like, it's the same, it'll be the same, but like I will have a hard cutoff.
Yeah, it's still annoying for you, but
Yeah. But if it gives people a bit more consistency, then that's fine.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
How do you feel about it? I'm gonna have to change some things in my life, but it's fine.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Well, I was on that schedule initially because I was doing quite a bit of work with my firm itself, and that's like subsided quite a bit. So I can do it, but I also like don't like trading 5 days a week. I think it's too much.
it's the bigger thing, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
So it's gonna be interesting to see what we do with that. Like full 3 sessions. Like I was streaming the way that I trade, right? Like that's, we'll see. I'll give it a try. You know, that's all I can say. And remember, it's you caused it, right? So if you hate it, not my problem. Too OP? I don't know if it'll be too OP, but it might burn me out is what it might do. I just need to really be like, oh, this is it. Which I'm terrible at. So it'll be good. So the way that it'll probably work going forward is we either do YouTube public streams 2 days a week. I'll see if I'll keep up with the 3 days, but I'm not sure. But it'll probably be 2 days a week going forward on YouTube, or at least coming up soon, and then 5 days a week streaming from 9:30 to 12:30ish. Just open to basically midday, 5 days a week in a private stream for you guys. Just to, we'll have to kind of figure out what feels good and go with the flow on that. But that'll be like the ground, that'll be our starting spot. Because I figure that I can basically probably just do it until 12:30, and Mario usually gets on around 12:30 Eastern. And then there's really no, like, void. So it should be fine.
Be fine.
Yeah. But we'll play it by ear.
Where it's gonna suck is the days where we actually have like good rotations and you want to stay.
Yeah, that's gonna be rough.
Yes. No, and he won't. No. I won't be changing my schedule.
Rory. Oh.
Nobody who is successful and doesn't work for an investment bank is doing that, Ty. I can promise you.
He had some family issues, so he's taking some time off. He'll be back.
This Russell finally full clear of imbalance.
Yeah, this 80.1 is what I'm targeting at least. I don't know where Surf is. I guess he's on vacation still. Man's got the life. Like, he's really got the life. Ooh. Lots of responsibility, I guess. I don't even know if he cooks in his household. I think he's just got it going on. I think he's just a dad. It's like actually perfect. Yeah, man. Someone in Discord, Robert, they're asking where they've been. He's endgame. So dumb. True though. But he made it. I gotta simulate. It's the first thing he sees. Hello, Ron. Welcome. What are you trading? Futures. Nice. Are you using a prop firm? Still paper trading? How are you doing on paper?
According to the New York Times, the US moves closer to filing an antitrust case against Apple.
What was that news about Apple? U.S. moves closer to filing antitrust case against Apple. So be careful.
It is dumping.
Watch reaction into 470, I think, on NQ. 470 to 460.
We just came into yesterday's demand and
Yeah.
got paid.
Apple drops to a session low after New York Times report.
Yeah, be very careful with Apple falling, guys. Uh-oh. Yeah, this is watch as we come down into this 470 to 460. It's your opening range mid, VWAP, and developing POC. So the reason why we care on this retest as we come down in is with that news, are buyers still positioning themselves this high, right? Or are we going to need a much deeper pullback? So this will be a very good test in my mind to see if value is still being found here as we come into this on NQ. Just remember, like, the auction can completely shift based off of news, right? So like that where value is being found, just like on like FOMC days or stuff like that, like shorter term value might be pulling away to our larger nodes that have a bit more probability of like actually holding, and like the shorter term speculative buyers might be pulling back. I have no reference yet, but I do see that we do have quite a bit of levels right here into this VWAP opening range mid POC. So we're just going to be watching on either acceptance below, right? For a push back down to ORL, or for this to hold, and then we're looking for a recovery or a continuation up. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what market you want to be bullish in with Apple falling. It might be a very clear signal where we just wait for Apple to chill, you know, for a bottoming, find a low. Just finished 28-day trial. I want you to know that it looks like you're funding an account. I would recommend maybe trying through a prop firm first, especially if you're not fully comfortable with your paper trading yet. I don't know if there's really a reason to fund an account yet, other than to just lose money, which you don't want to do, right? So just be aware, like, if things aren't working all that well for you on paper as of yet, then you probably need a bit more time to get some strategies down. Figure out what's working and what's not. Prop firm would let you basically get to that point with a subscription. You pay like a monthly fee. So there's a jet going over my house right now. It's like, okay. You pay a monthly fee, and they will basically give you a test where you have to keep within their risk parameters, and if you pass, then you can trade their money. So it has a lot less risk up front. It might be something to look into. Yeah, prop firm trading. So like companies like Top Step, or I wouldn't really recommend Apex, but Apex is like the biggest one. Here's some links. Trade Day and Top Step, I think, are probably your better ways to go, but just like look into those. You have to pay. You pay them a monthly fee for yes, you pay them a monthly fee for a different sized account. Like there's a bunch of different options. I think the one that's most common is their 50K one, and basically you trade using their risk profile that they give you, and as long as you're within that and you meet the goal, they will then fund that account for you, and then they will pay you out. So the only money that's yours that you're putting on the line is the subscription fee. Whereas if you're funding your own account as a new trader, you're putting all of your money and more on the line, because you aren't going to stop out at the low, and it's leveraged, which means you can lose more than you're putting in. Whereas if you're using a prop firm, they're going to stop you out, and their risk department's going to close your account. So it has a lot more safety guards in, especially if you don't know what you're doing. It's just you don't have to do it, but just some advice. And as a friend who's been there.
Here's your fun fact of the day. Not fact checked, but it is looking like Pelosi beat every hedge fund's returns last year.
Huge, man.
By like 6%.
So you go straight to real money or as a paper? It depends on how you do with their test. You have what is called an evaluation. If you go on the site for any of the links that I just gave, they will tell you all about it. But basically you have a test where you're going to be in a paper trade simulator through a brokerage, and they're going to track your trades. And if you stay within their risk parameters and you meet the monetary goal that they want you to make, they will then fund an account for you, and then they will give you payouts. And the only risk that you're putting on is that monthly fee. That's it. So instead of blowing up your account all at once, you can now manage it by figuring out if you first can even do it, right? And then you can take a, $20 hit, I think right now with the sales at Top Step, $40 when it's not, per month, right? And then if you pass, great. Now you have a risk-free account. If you fail, wow, you wasted $40 and you didn't blow up your life savings. Huge. It depends on the service. You would have to check it depends on each one of those. Apex is different, Top Step is different, Trade Day is different. But those are the ones that we have affiliates for and are partnered with. So I gave all 3 links. The ones that I would recommend would be Top Step or Trade Day. What do I think about AMP? I think AMP's fine. I'm not a huge fan, but I think it's fine. We have a couple members that use them. I've tried their data. It's fine. Nothing to write home about, but nothing to complain about either. Yeah, they have rhythmic data. What tool is this? This is TradingView. It's just a charting platform that we built indicators on for our community. But I trade through Quant Tower and Trade8 as the brokerage. That's still so legendary, Adrian. That'd been Tatum working at Top Step.
Actually.
Yeah, I think Quant's good, man. It has a lot of solid features. I like their DOM quite a bit more than the Trade8 DOM. You really need to see the bid lift here and push over 40s, or I think that we're definitely headed to fill this node down to 33. The first link doesn't work. Let me check. This is the first link. Seems to work just fine for me. And then you would go to sign up after that.
NYMEX diesel February futures settle at $2.60 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline February futures settle at $2.10 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas February futures settle at $2.89.
I think Apex is probably the worst out of the 3 platforms that I recommended.
They're the most degenerate is probably the way to.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like they're fine if you know what you're doing already,
WTI crude February futures
and you're not
settled at
gonna.
$73.81 a
Yeah,
barrel,
that's the best way I can put it.
$1.62 or 2.24%.
Trade day definitely has a higher starting cost, but it has a much, much, much better payout scheme. Like it's your money. Like you get the money, you want to take out money, you take out money. Whereas like with Apex, you have to go through some hoops and you have to like meet their criteria. That's why Apex is so much cheaper, is because they're in it for you to reset the account. That's where they make their money. Whereas like Trade Day is trying to get you funded and trying to make it as easy as possible for you. But like if you're just trying to give it a try, you know, do you. I think right now Apex has 70% off sales right now. I think trading, what are they even called? Top Step has 50% off sales right now. I don't know what Trade Day has, but I know that there's some like New Year sales going on. But I would definitely look into it before you just sign up. But it's definitely better than just like self-funding an account when you're just starting out. Top Step?
Like,
Yeah, Top Step's fine.
a good way to think about it too is like, okay, even if you fund like a tiny account at like 2K, then that's 40 months of the $50 account for Top Step.
Yeah.
So that, you know.
I think Top Step's good, Robert.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like 40 months versus 1 day.
Yeah, what gives you the higher probability of learning from your mistakes, you know? 1 day of trading or 40 months of trading? Any promos for Top Step? You get 20% off just by using our link, but let me check. So I think here's the link for Top Step. And let me see if there's a code out right now for Top Step that you can add to that to make it even cheaper. Oh yeah, is that for the 50% off, CJ? It ends today. So this New Year 2024, 50% off promo for Top Step. Just put it in chat. Thank you guys. But don't like get a ton of FOMO. These companies have discount sales all the time. So like don't go and buy 20 accounts thinking that you're never going to get a better deal. You know, give it a try if you are comfortable with it. Buy 1 account, buy 1 month, cancel if you hate it. But I think it's a much better learning vehicle than trying to do it on your own. Especially because they have built-in risk and they're going to keep you accountable, which is I think something we've talked about a lot in our Monday classes is if you don't have the accountability yourself, like you can't be true to yourself and like be willing to accept when you're wrong and go back and look at your losers and figure out why they were losers. If you don't have that in yourself, like to do that and be true and honest, like you need an accountability partner, and like these prop firms can be that for you. So it's really like if that sounds like you, right, go with that instead of risking your own money, because you're gonna blow up instantly using your own money if you don't have the self-control. How much can you make from these? I mean, technically, as much as you make, right? Like, it is what it is. It's just like, how well do you do, you know? It's your money. So, like, you make 5K, once you meet the minimum criteria, each site is different, so you'd have to look. It'll tell you in the FAQs for each one of those pages. Like I said, they will tell you what their profit-taking scheme is, their model. I think Apex has the worst of all three of those. I think Trade Day probably has the best, and then Top Step has it's solid. It's not Trade Day level good, but it's still good. How do they let you trade with 5K with... So it's 5K in notional, or the value of the amount of leverage that you have for the contract. So it's not actually $5,000. You're trading whatever the equivalent to that would be for ES. They make money on all of those. They make money on the evals. They make money from trading with other traders, right? So they're taking it depends on the platform, but I know Top Step gauges, they take the best traders on their platform and they are trading with those accounts as well. So they can see when you're buying and when you're selling. And if there's someone who has an incredibly high win rate, they're going to take those trades as well on their own accounts. So they also have an indicator of all of their users, seeing how they're positioned. So they have a much larger gauge of what retail is doing, and then they have a ton of data. So they're making money from people doing evals. They're making money from people actually trading and making profits. Like, it's just like a win-win business, to be honest. Like, even when people fail, they still have made money. And when people win, they make more money. But yeah, no, I'll always recommend that route, especially now that that like is becoming more common. And all three of those services are located in the United States. There's no sketchiness. They report their numbers, right? Like, everything is transparent and completely in align with like federal rules. There, you have to be careful because there are a lot of prop firms that are overseas that don't follow the same criteria or have the same protections.
This is big for ES here. And Q is lower structurally.
Yeah, probably, Gav. That's my thought. Just gotta wait for Russell to bottom like usual, and then we get a buy. It is what it is. This is like your first level where I'd want to see if buyers were still present. Because if they're not, it's a pretty solid sign that we're going to get a full retrace of this move. Like now we filled the structure on ES. Sometimes it's hard to see with the 3 pane, but if I do it like this. Hello? Oh yeah, there we go. So we just got that aggressive move down to fill this structure. We want to see buyers present here, and I don't want to see it go any lower than this 31, 33 area. We need to be very careful now, watching our 13 EMA on the Russell, now that we're pushing below. So on this retest of 72s, is this now resistance? And do we need a little bit further of a pullback? Same thing for NQ, with us looking below VWAP now. Can we get back above, or does this continue to hold as resistance for that push down into ORL? Basically what we've already pathed out here. We need to see acceptance back above VWAP, or this is probably what's going to happen.
You get a grab into 30
Brent
here on
crude futures
ES, then a
settle at
bid, that's going to be kind of your
$78.76
last
a barrel,
chance
which
for
is up
bulls here.
$1.17 or 1.51%.
You're going to want to see a pretty aggressive bid here, though. That negative 1,000 tick as well into daily open.
See if the Russell can do it. You want to see a pushback over that VWAP.
Here's the test. You want some more juice here, or else this should look lower.
Jesus.
Here we are, this looks like the best chance to clean it up.
Yep. Watching 26 here. Yes. It's 35 on NQ, opening range low, previous low. See if they hold them or if we push below and we finally get the acceptance. Russell still no bottoming yet. So this is what the same area we were talking about earlier today, or like an hour ago around. Now that we're below VWAP and opening range high on the Russell, right? We want to see every attempt back into this to now result in a strong seller showing their hand for that push down so that we can get the ADR test. I won't be particularly looking for a long, unless you're looking for a scalp, right, from the 64 back into 68, but you really want to see a recovery of VWAPs on this push up. But this retest should be telling, just as we have here. We look to see if acceptance is now below, and if it is, then we target this ADR, I think.
We want to see a pretty aggressive take through 23 here. We're gonna fill in balance and go Globex POC. And that's on ES.
I think we should at least get that 1875 if we continue to find a seller at 26s on ES.
I agree. Problem is, if there's buyers here, we can trap all those fresh sellers. So we need to have them be very initiative here, because the bid is trying to step in.
Yeah.
Just watch your tape here and pressure around.
Now I don't know. I think we just need to see what happens on the reoffer. Can we get back over in the bid, or is there a strong seller there positioning? Should give us a sign. We have a recovery level and we have a target below. All we need. But at least it's better to work off of that than before, where we're just like kind of in the middle of nowhere but above VWAP. Not a fan.
First liquidity test, yes.
Got it, yeah.
There's your take. Backfill. Someone's iceberging bid here.
Yemen's Houthi Supreme Revolutionary Committee to the BBC says any country to involve itself with the US-led Red Sea coalition will lose their maritime security and will be targeted.
Okay. Testing our 26 now.
Need a clean trade through, no iceberg here. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Well, I've got 18s and then I have basically like 10s, which is your poor low. You've got a 8.75. That's about it. Those are the two targets I have below. 18.75 is where your Deepak is, and there's a very clear shift in the market. And then if that fails to hold, then when that becomes our offer, then we look for structure repair down to that 710, 708 area. Or we push back over 26s, bid off of that, and then we can come back up to 34. But seems less likely. If you shorted 26, this is your first risk off into value low. There are definitely some eager buyers here, but sellers still in control. Just need to clear this
Seeing
inventory
comments from
out.
Fed's Barkin come through now. Says first quarter will be important given that businesses tend to mark up at the start of the year.
What
Companies
level?
are still trying to raise
Bro?
prices at rates higher than pre-COVID. Need to see how consumers and competitors react. Says there's more uncertainty around the path of inflation given that progress over the 6 months has been so reliant on goods. Says the labour market feels to be moving in a very steady softening pattern, and adds that re-acceleration at this point does seem less likely.
There's an
Consumer
FEG
demand
here on the
remains
15
healthy,
minute,
though is
so it makes
slowing,
sense.
and have
Yeah.
no problem toggling rates at
Patty
more
is showing it
normal
as
levels
well
as you build
at
confidence that
20s.
inflation is falling. Barkin adding that it is hard to identify what the real rate of interest is, given the uncertainty around the neutral rate and expected inflation. Labour market is normalising nicely, given the level of rate increases that the Fed has approved, and also says that I expect there will
We've
be
got
more
news
labour
right now.
hoarding now than in prior cycles. Business contacts seem generally hopeful about their own prospects. The US is still at a point where inflation is above the Fed's targets and employment is around maximum, and the Fed should normalize rates as the economy gets back to normal. So again, it does appear that we've just seen some comments come through from
Yeah, we have
Fed's
the same
Barkin
zone on Patty.
So these comments from Fed's Barkin just coming from Q&A remarks with reporters at the event that he was taking place in this afternoon.
Wow, we finally got through the 12-hour copyright-free lo-fi playlist.
Huge.
I usually reset it. This is big stuff.
Back down into this buy side inventory ES. You gotta just push through this. Or else I see a squeeze. Russell structural retest here.
Well, I think like look at the 5-minute on ES sauce. Like you have the potential for a 3-bar, but like that 26 is just such a clear pivot. So like if we get over that and then bid on it, then yeah, go for it. But like right now we have a seller that's very clearly there. Here, let me switch over.
Remember last time we were here too, Sauce? Like, and you asked me where I entered, and you're like, oh, that's way higher than I thought. And it's like, there's no reason to mess with this if we have aggressive sellers into the low and big buyers sitting on the bid. Like, wait for them to finish their business and take the trade out. Just repeating what Sig said, essentially, but...
That's why it's by levels. Like it's a short until I see someone push over that, and then we bid on it because then we can push back up. Until then, like this is just we expected a bit of relief here because it's the double bottom. But I still need to see if that seller is still present. Like we created an imbalance here. And so I need a recovery of ORL. But like if we recover ORL, right, we have a trade that follows that. Where if this becomes supportive again on a recovery, I'll look back in, we can then look for opening range mid. So like we have a full plan above us, but we need to see that acceptance. Until then, it makes a lot more sense to come back down to retest this POC from the previous buyer before the large move up. At least in my head. I mean, it could just chop here for a while. Sellers don't have enough ammo, right? Then it squeezes up. And that's the other narrative. But like, regardless, like, what's your entry? I'm still gonna wait for the push above 26. Or you short into it, you know? Like, that's just where seller supply is. So I'd rather, like, try to play off of this edge or come back down to this 80 down here, personally. But like, if we do recover, right, then we have this LVN to work off of, where this is your first target. Then we look for acceptance. And we get our push, right? It becomes this edge, edge.
Retest here again, 500 tick.
Rematch pool. Maybe in a minute. Give me a sec. I need to figure out if this is gonna hold or not. Don't want to get caught up in that. It works in some markets like incredibly well. You just have to understand the environment. But I think that there are, I think it would work just as well as people who only chart ES but trade NQ, which is like a decent amount of professional traders. But I think, yeah, only charting the Russell. The way that we look at it is if the Russell's coming into an average daily range low or high or a VWAP, those are all like major pivots to look for reversals on ES. Like if it's around one of those areas, then we start to really care, because it has some really clean rotations around those levels. It's definitely something worth back testing. But yeah, when this like mixed market environment that we're in right now, where like tech isn't just a straight line up or a straight line down, Russell has gained a lot more relevancy in the way that I trade. This is your Russell VWAP test. And this is your first real test of supply to see if sellers are still relevant here with this FEG above us. We want to see the ability to push. If we lose momentum on RTY and NQ also fails to break over this 27, that's when you can run into issues, especially with ES still failing at 26s. Really don't want to see like a loss of steam here. So you're testing to opening range low here on ES. Again, what we're looking for is for this to be able to bid now off this 26, right? Now holds, and then we look for that 29.75, so first PT, and then opening range mid up at 33.75 on a hold above opening range low.
Need big push.
I've been backtesting the idea of institutions that only trade close to close and marking out the untested ones at magnets. What do you mean untested ones? Like, are you looking at settlement prices? Interesting. What have you seen so far from that? I need to see an aggressive bid here to hold this. This is Russell VWAP retest from the other side, and our retest of our 26s on ES from the look above. We really want to see solid bid step in and our offer not start to slowly push price down. If we can't get back over, it's your first like real sign that buyers don't have what it takes. Give it another second, but we need to see the Russell bounce here, ideally. I'm not a big fan of when sellers like walk the offer down below the level that you're watching for like buyers to continue to hold. Just makes me a lot less comfy in the trade. Show weakness.
$26 retrading. You would want to see 30s trade if we can continue to bid here.
No, I did. I saw what you were doing up on the daily at the low 477.55. I was just looking at that area from the high as wick as well.
Still buy side inventory trying to get cleared out here. They're coming into the ask as ask drops. Yes.
I guess it's the idea that price casting a shadow in the sense of saying all volume profiles being irrelevant except for the current move that's engulfed at all. That's a bold claim. Yeah.
So just seeing early reports here as an earthquake has been reported in Japan's Noto area, according to
Bro,
the
Japan
JMA.
cannot catch a
Also,
break.
no indication of the scale of this earthquake. Just keeping our eyes out.
I was looking at some of the videos. It's insane. The last one that they had was like 7.6 or something. Just rough. They've been having some bad earthquakes. But their like infrastructure is built so well that things aren't just being destroyed. US, everything's made out of cardboard.
True 20 here. Finally, somebody willing to come over and clear. Yeah, I don't think the buyer down here is done though.
Yeah. Personally, I just want either this 1875 look or a hold the 26s. So far, neither have happened. But Russell's like maintaining higher lows. This is your real test now. At the 50-minute halfway back. I wouldn't want to see it go any lower than this. We just had NQ fix its structure. Mm-hmm.
If anyone was quick enough to get filled in that FEG, this is not a bad spot for a tiny risk off if you have a couple contracts on. And then
Yeah.
wait, obviously, for our top target, like 26 and then 30. But
Makes sense. You're just risking off into the 13 EMA in the one. It's not bad. Or our 15-minute box.
yeah, there is. We kind of have to clear this. This is the area where a lot of those aggressive sellers came in initially, and then we held above it and came back down. All those trap traders got free. We need to retrap them. You see all those negative
We're
deltas
looking
there.
at the early market on close imbalance. It's currently sitting at 462 million to the buy side.
What a snoozer. Hopefully we get the move here in a sec with that excess. I should have left an hour ago.
It's called set alerts on lines on your chart and do something else.
Yeah, like 1v1 me in pool. Entries refuses to join the Discord. Upsetting.
I'm not surprised.
I know. Too cool. Imagine not wanting to join astrological sun signs.
Oh boy.
Not gonna make it. Online pool is my only passion now. Trading taking a back seat. That's what he just told
True.
me.
It's not wrong. At least he's got his priorities in mind.
Yep. Well, who is he? He's from a previous server that we were in.
He is a top tier memer.
Top tier memer.
Come on, buyers. I really think that this is just offering a liquidity to a buyer here who's trying to transact. Just have to see which side runs out of steam first.
Yeah, it's hard for me, again, like with Russell holding, it's I need to see it like actually lose a bit more steam if it was gonna be bearish, personally.
Yeah, I agree. I've been attempting longs down
Mm-hmm.
here. Been only able to scratch a couple points out of them. And just getting break even stopped for the runner. Hey, if you can make $100 every 30 seconds, you should not be complaining.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. That's why I'm waiting for that push above and hold. I think it's fine to try off the 22s. I just think, like, if we're going to get that, I would rather go to the 18s. At 1875. And then, like, for you, I think the 10s just makes way more sense. The 08, the 10 area for ES is, like, the actual steeper pullback.
I think around what you should be focusing on more on here is who's auctioning.
Yeah.
Like, there is a very large buyer who wants to get filled under 24.
Mm-hmm. And what do we always say? Like, who were we participating with? And like, there's clearly someone trying here, and so there's no reason to not attempt with and then exit if it doesn't work. Like, it is what it is.
And you can see as we come up over, they're like, and you can see on your delta by price too, like, sellers are offering under 24 to them, and the second we come up, the buying's starting to slow, and then come back down, and you're getting like really big absorption on the bid, and then once that like sell pressure lessens, they're coming over the spread, like through the range, and then you see it slow down here.
But I totally get you, and I think it's fine because like you can spot this person, acknowledge them, right, and then we still look for the higher low. You know,
Yeah, you don't have to trade with them. Yes,
Yeah.
1000%.
And then you at least have them as you have a level now of where they've been, sizing. Yeah, exactly. Where are we going if Discord dies? Let it die? Discord's not dying.
Discord's doing the opposite of dying.
It's like it's going nowhere, man.
Here's your 26s. You just want to multi-pane the hot tub streamers. And I know.
You read my mind. Hmm.
Russell back VWAP here. Once again, at these type of ranges, you're just looking for a strong push and then hold.
I really don't like hot tubs. Like, they're okay if I'm the only one in it. If not, then it's just I'm a little bit of a germaphobe.
They're
That's-
definitely gnarly in that sense.
Yeah. Not a huge fan. Like, maybe if it was in my own house, I'd be fine. But like
Yeah.
public ones, like, no, thank you. Actual stew going on in there.
They're like
Looking
not
again
hot
at
enough
the
to
early
kill
market
everything, but
combo
just hot
combined,
enough
it's
to let it
also
fester.
performed
Yes.
52 million to the buy side.
That's a great way to word it. Yeah, like you got your serve safe and you know too much, you know?
Yeah.
It's all it is.
Yep.
Yeah, man, that's probably why. Maybe I need to reintroduce myself to some derms. Just photoshopping. I mean, there's zero chance anyone actually checks. Nobody cares. Mine's definitely expired, but I'm sure I can get recertified very quickly. It's not a hard test. It was worth when the company would pay for you to go.
Yeah. That was the way to do it.
Hmm.
No, but you still handle like a lot of food.
You're doing the bar, right?
Yeah.
You still need it. Yeah, makes sense.
Almost more important for a bartender, honestly. Get their hands in so much liquid and stuff, and then like uncooked food going in stuff, like oranges.
Do you guys clean your own fruit? It's like there's the full process for that even.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Makes sense. Let's see if they can do it this time. Jesus. Hello, Rory. You playing Destiny, man? Yeah.
Watch 30 here. At this point, if you're along from lows, you should be in only runners.
Was there a rebid at 26 and I couldn't see it? I mean, yeah, technically on the DOM, but it doesn't mean that it won't come back down still.
I'm only in one here. See if we get squeezed, but this is daily open target. You have FVG filled 31 quarter. It's a lot of liquidity on the ask. It's just that people need to.
Yeah, I'm out into
There we go.
3150. Let's see if we have a runner here.
Again now,
34
to the
next.
on close imbalance, still sitting at 462 million to the buy
Close this
side.
out. I'm done.
Took way too long. As long as the Russell's holding, that's all I care.
I think this is another spot sauce where, like, on that, like, I hit into 27 after we came over previous low on the hold of 26 because it's like, okay, condition was met, did not see correct order flow on condition meet, but then saw it after, so I'm willing to hit that momentum because I can run basically a 1 point stop there, 1.5 point, because I know if we get under 25 half, we're just back in the same range. Now, you don't have to trade that style, but it's just something to offer. Or I've taken a trade like that in this exact zone like twice. Right? Earlier today and here. Where it's more condition meets play momentum. Because I need that as my trigger. Yeah, I mean, like I said, if it's a skill set, I think it's something worth learning. But if you don't feel comfortable with it or it doesn't like work well for you, then knowing that you should not trade that is more important than trading it. Really. And that's like, I think that's really the main struggle of most retail traders, is the desire to trade everything instead of the desire to trade less things that are better.
I'm just thinking more annoyed I can't figure it out. I mean, I don't know if there's really... I think you just need a... how do I even word this? Like, for me, like, what is telling me that we're not just holding and a buyer isn't going to step in and we're just, like, filling inventory? Russell's holding higher lows, NQ's holding higher lows. We're bidding where we want. We didn't lose where we were looking. Right? So it's like, even though ES isn't rotating exactly how I want, it hasn't invalidated any of the criteria, all of the variables that I look at, for a long. And like, sure, I'm thinking that we either go to that 19, right, that 1875, or we go back up to the 26s. But is it a terrible place to add an initial position, understanding that we do have a buyer for the double bottom at the 22s, and that we do have a seller at 26? Can I play that range in the meantime? And as long as the Russell is holding my higher or equal low, I can then play around that and then leave a runner for like the larger position that I'm looking at, which is the push over 26s and momentum building, right? Like, you have to be willing to... You don't actually have to be willing to do anything. You just have to be either willing to accept that that's what's currently happening, and like, as long as like the Russell and NQ are holding, sure, whatever, like, I'm willing to be in that trade. Or you're waiting for better validation, right? Better extreme edges, and like you're only trading like that. So like, for me personally, and I've said it over and over again in that area, it's like Russell's holding where I want it to. I'm not seeing any signs that we are going to get an extreme push down as of yet. And Mario was like, yeah, I agree. He said, I'm bidding off 22s, right? Like, until we see that selling pressure again, I just don't see what's going to cause us to go down. Maybe I don't know.
I posted the trades I took in this area, Sauce, to kind of just like compliment what Sig was saying, but if you see my first trades, I just traded the range.
Yeah.
And then once we get, and I tried, you can see I took a 1-tick stop, and I tried to trade over the range, right on an add back in off one of my sells. Didn't work, that's fine. And I just wait until we get over, we hold, then I'll hit the Momo. Because I understand my next levels. Right, so it's, I think it's a skill too, but like taking the big picture and then being able to chunk it up into like A, B, C, D, and if A and C happen, that's okay if you miss B, because it's still part of the
Looking at
entire
market on close imbalance at
bigger
1 billion
picture.
to the buy side.
And that's not really advice on things to do, but it's just kind of like a different way to think about it. Where you're like, okay, if we bid here, we should trade back up to 30 structurally, right? And then understanding, okay, we have some low volume nodes here. Here's our node structure. We need this to happen, then this, then this, then this. So I can trade this until this happens, and then it starts getting really like convoluted. There's a lot of steps, but that's fine.
This is just a move back up to VWAPs and to close.
Yep. Balanced. And that was like even kind of like on this note, Sauce, like yesterday, like I had a good day yesterday, right? And I literally played 2 rotations. So you can just wait for those good setups and then hit them, which I know you're practicing and actually doing a really good job of doing, of adjusting risk based on, you know, how you feel about the move and situation. But it just keeps adding into that where you can trade when you're comfortable and trade what you see well. And if you miss a move, it doesn't matter because there will be another one every time. There's never been a move that hasn't had another move. Okay.
Yeah. No, you're good. This is the chart I have next to my Dom, though, Sauce. Like, that's it. It's a 15-second right next to my Dom. And I have them lined up with Dom moves with price at the exact same level. And then I just watch. But it's like a much cleaner, just the pivots that I care about of where I'm looking for a push above and then the ability to hold, and then like that's where I'm focusing in and watching to see how sellers react on the offer. Like we're here now, we're at that 34. This is where I care. This is where we found that seller previously, where we failed to push above. Can we find acceptance this time? And where do we go if we do? Well, like I'll be looking for that 39.50. Why? Because that's where the seller POC shift is. I would like to add, though, that the Russell is not giving me a ton of confidence with that failure to break. But NQ is doing fine. You just need the Russell to not oscillate as long as NQ is willing to hold higher lows. And there's nothing wrong with that trade that you just spotted, right? Like, it's the same thing that we were just talking about, which is, like, let the initial person get in, show their hand, participate with, right? If you can't spot it via, times and sales, tape, DOM, right, footprint from the initial entry and then them loading, then you can at least play from the pullback. And then you've spotted that, and now you're playing it. There's nothing wrong with that. Both of those trades are perfectly fine. It goes back to what I was talking about earlier, where it's like, if you don't, like, you don't have to trade the low. You can wait for the right side of the V, and then position yourself more accordingly. It's just whatever you're more comfortable with and whatever aligns up more with your narrative.
So the SEC commissioner to vote on the
But personally,
exchange
like,
is expected
I don't
next
know, the
week.
Russell's just
Bitcoin ETF applicants cleared
too
a
clean.
key hurdle on the path to an SEC sign-off.
It's been like 90% of my confirmation bias for the last couple months because it just works so well. So as soon as I start seeing it do what I want it to do, like to the T, it's like, oh, okay, we're there. We're on the right page. I'm out here, by the way. I'm out into the 39.50. I'm exiting early. It should definitely keep going, but I have no interest. I'm out. I'm done. I need to start getting ready. There's 5 minutes left. Great trade, man. Look, huge recovery. And like, what? Oh, you didn't catch the whole thing. You're bad. Like, no. What? You did the thing. Huge, man. Yeah, that's the perfect gif. Yeah, no, great job though. You should be proud of that one. I don't know, and maybe this will help with me being on in the morning every day, right? Where we'll have a better understanding of like structurally where we are from the morning, right? Not having to wait for Mario to get on at 12:30. Where I can kind of give out a game plan of like the low then the high, because we did really, like, we caught the high and the low today, like to the T. And that was given on Wednesday. But if I'm not here to then repeat that information to you every day and remind you of what to look for, and you're not doing it yourself, like you didn't write down or watch the level, like that, I can see it can be annoying, because now you're trying to catch moves and you feel like you've missed. Which, you know, it is what it is. It's kind of what I was getting at earlier today when I got on. It's like, okay, we did the thing, now you gotta wait. And this is what we had marked as, this was the end of Wednesday stream, going over what to look for. Our seller defense into that 67 to 62, and full structure repair into 704, 710. And that was our target. And then we got our pushback. But it's like, if you're unwilling to trade the edges, right, then we need to look for smaller rotations, which have lower, I don't want to say lower chances, but definitely are a bit noisier on the way up, or on the way to target. Whereas like if we just mark those out and are willing to put risk on at those areas, all of a sudden we see like dramatic moves from those areas, and we get instant confirmation if we're right or wrong, which is what I want to see. I want to see if buyers are there, sellers are there instantly. I don't want to have to wait 30 minutes into end of day for a squeeze back up. The POC and VWAP is a mean reversion.
US Treasury 10-year note futures net short positioning hits the largest since last May.
But like, just like Mario was saying, like I took a decent amount of break evens and small cuts today. I mean, I have a 66 profitable trade win rate today.
I'm at 52.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is.
Well, guys, that was one of the best first weeks of the year we've had in years. So hopefully people took advantage of it. Really good
S&P
trades.
500 and Nasdaq and Dow record weekly losses for the first time in 10 weeks.
Very good trades. Just a little kind of for those hanging out still, like not prerequisite, but something to think about for next week. For class, what I want to do is go over some like goal setting for yourself and kind of how to think about it. So if people can take some time over the weekend or early next week, I'll remind you guys on Monday during the day as well, to like think about some goals that they have for themselves, some areas they want to improve, some areas that they're doing really well in and want to keep doing well in. So how do we strengthen good habits as well as build new habits and set goals that are obtainable and not too overbearing. So, and we'll go over this Monday more, but I really recommend pushing your goals out into like quarterly goals, monthly goals even, but really like quarterly or like half year stuff. And try your best. There definitely can be some P&L goals involved, but try your best to keep your goals away from P&L.
You can do better than P&L goals.
Yeah, and more, because we always preach this, and I want to hammer it on Monday, but P&L is a byproduct of proper execution. So your goals should be set on proper execution and habit forming things, because your P&L will follow. I promise you it will. So, yeah.
Okay. Please actually do that. Write out some like things that you want to work on, and let's get to it. Become accountable. Put it in chat. Let's talk about it. Let's figure out how to get you there. Yeah? Let's make this your year.
Everybody in here should, or most people, 90% of you guys have been around for a couple years and should be well versed enough with each other to be able to talk freely and trust in others and really use the community as accountability as well as guidance. So
important.
Yep. All right, I will see you folks next week. Great week, and yeah, we'll hit it again hard next week. Goodbye.
Goodbye, friends. And again, I will start the new schedule next week. We'll try it out. So I'll be doing Monday through Friday, 9:30 to like 12:30 probably. Still, the free YouTube streams aren't going to change, but then you'll have me on the days off, just in Discord with a private YouTube link. I'm not sure how long we're going to continue to do the 3 days a week, but I do want to slowly move that back to like 2 days at some point, but not yet. I'll let you guys know. But I will be doing, we'll try out the full week and see if you guys like it, or if you hate it, we can go back to what it was. Okay? All right. You guys have a good weekend. If you have any questions, concerns, as usual, just DM me.